Test, test, test. 1, 2, check test. Testing.
Hello. 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 1 2 3 4. Hello. Mic check. 1 2 3 4. Mic check. Hello. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Hello. Hello. Mic check. Hello.
हेलो
Hello. Hello. Mic. Hello. Hello.
हेलो 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 Hello. Umesh? Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah. Yes, Bhavanji.
Yeah, so I have asked Pamela to log in again. I think she has not signed through the Zoom using that passcode.
Okay.
Maybe that can be an issue. So let's see, like Pamela. Hi, Pamela. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, yes, clear. Correct.
Pamela, if you don't mind, can you please share your presentation? Uh, PowerPoint, yeah? Actually, I received your presentation in the PDF format, not in the PowerPoint. Yeah. Hello. Hello, Pamela. Can you please turn on your camera? Yeah. No problem. Take your time. Within 30 minutes? Yeah. I'll share the slot of Pamela so she will be prepared for this.
You can send it by email. I can share it.
Yeah, I can see you perfectly. Can you please say something? So, yeah, I can hear you clearly. Perfect. Yeah. Your slot is on 8 o'clock. Okay. 8. It will start on 8. 7:50 we can say exactly. 7:50 to 8:15.
So it's still like 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Pawan, I just need one help from your side. Can you please
Yeah, please.
remove all the logos from the presentation?
Just hold on. Actually, I'm still downloading this.
Otherwise, can you please share the presentation with me? I'll do that.
Actually, this is to
Can understand.
let me save it then.
Yeah.
So because this one will be going through email.
Just 5 minutes, huh? Yeah. You can turn off your camera. That's not an issue. Sorry.
They have Teams now, or we can access them in Teams.
Okay. Okay, Pawan. Can you please ask Pamela? Can you please share your presentation from your side? We will make you the host.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be good actually when
Yeah.
Pamela's time will be there. You just let her know like 15 20 minutes in advance so that she can prepare and then she can share the
Hello.
presentation.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. Pawan, one more thing. Can you please remove all the logos from the presentation? S&P logo. Yeah. It looks like marketing kind of video, marketing kind of presentation. Okay, okay, understood. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. $750. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see. Perfectly. Perfectly. Yes, perfect. Pawan, just one thing. I'll give you a heads up just before starting her slot, so you can coordinate with her. Perfect. Okay. 7:40, 7:45. We can say exactly. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
तो ये बंदिश नस की ठीक बैलेंस
कर रहा उधर से नहीं मिल रहा है। दिखा क्या नहीं मिल रहा, तू गलत एंगल पे खड़ा था, तो इस साइड था, मैं उस साइड था। तो कुछ कितना सिखाने का है।
एक फोटो सर फोटो
Ready? Look, yes, fine.
Okay.
Come closer.
Thanks.
Come closer. Yes, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Vignesh.
Hi.
I'm running a little late.
No, you're perfectly on time.
Good.
They said the party doesn't start till you arrive.
Come. So when did you come? Oh, today. Okay. What? When you getting back?
I changed my flights. We're going to fly from Delhi. We're going to Delhi on the weekend, and I will fly from Delhi on Wednesday.
Try to turn off my video now until it's my time.
He can work his magic.
Come, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be good actually when Pamela's time will be there.
Yes, we're doing our best. You're looking very dapper yourself. Okay. Very nice. Mr. Carly.
सर आपका MIT होने के बाद अभी मेरे आपसे ज़्यादा तबीयत खराब है, खाना बना रहे लोगों को बस तबीयत खराब हो गया, ऐश कर रहे हैं सर।
Welcome, sir.
Wait, one more. Thank you.
IT or other business.
प्रेम देख मस्त है मेरा, नाम भी आ रहा है।
I've been walking. Hey. Wait. Okay. just not forward. I'm trying to make something up. This is the reality of the situation.
And also the rules were not followed actually. And it's actually
हेडफोन एक तोड़ दिया
एक साल 6 महीने काम करने
मेरा नहीं है, लेके जा। देख रहा हूँ वाइट बैलेंस का गड़बड़ है साला इसमें से। अरे तो भाई थोड़ी लाइट जा रहा है वो।
इधर वाइट बैलेंस क्यों मरवा रहा है? उधर का रखना, अभी वो लाइट उधर है।
लाइट सेम ही है, क्या कर
इधर एक पानी का बॉटल है, पानी पियो ठंडा पेट।
एक तो इसका गेन अंदर है वाइट बैलेंस।
अभी ये जो लाइट उधर की फिक्स है, वो जो भी सेट करना है अभी कर ले। अंदर करना अंदर।
नेक्स्ट साल ठीक है, नेक्स्ट साल ठीक है। भाई खर्चा किया है। फोकस पकड़ता ही नहीं है।
प्रॉब्लम है तेरे को, टेंशन है।
टोन सा लग रहा है। चल अब बोलेगा तब लूंगा मैं।
Good evening, everyone. May I please request you all to find yourselves a seat. All the special invitees and dignitaries are here, and we'd like to get started soon. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request you all to find yourself a seat? We would like to get started as soon as possible. Thank you. Sincere request to all to please find yourselves a seat so that we can get started. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening and a very, very warm welcome to all of you present here for our IADC's 36th Technology Meet. My name is Kabir Lulla and I proudly serve on the board as Director of the Conference and Workshop Committee. I also look forward to being your host this evening for what promises to be a fantastic evening. It's a first for me, so please bear with me and wish me luck. I'd like to start, it's a privilege to see a full house, but more importantly, it's a privilege to have amongst us our dynamic IADC SCA chapter chairman, Mr. O.P. Singh Saab, ONGC Director TNFS, who always makes the time to be here and takes time out of his busy schedule. And so ably leads from the front. Thank you very much for being here, sir. Welcome. Mr. Mike DeBose. Sir, you've traveled 9,000 miles to be here. I really appreciate it. All of us at the chapter convey our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much for always being such a pillar of support. You definitely are a tall leader, no pun intended. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our founding members. Mr. Sam Malhotra, thank you very much, sir, for acknowledging our invitation and being here. And the founder treasurer, Mr. Arun Karle, who's also present here with us tonight. Thank you and welcome, sirs. I'm also very happy to see Manav Kumar. He is the president of Dynamic Drilling. And more importantly, he is on the IADC Executive Committee in Houston. Thank you very much for taking the time and being here. And last but not the least, the host of industry stalwarts and colleagues, all of whom have had some role to play in molding our chapter into what it is today. Thank you all and welcome one and all. We're also happy to share with you that your SCA chapter is continuously adopting technology to its fullest. And at our IADC meetings and workshops, we are now live streaming these events to enable people who can't join us here physically to join virtually. So welcome one and all that have joined us virtually, and welcome one and all of you all that are physically present here. Before we deep dive into today's program, may I please humbly request those that have joined online to put their mics on mute, and those who are present in the hall to please put your phones on silent throughout this session. We're now going to move towards the lighting of the lamp. So deep-rooted in Indian tradition, we would like to start today's 36th Technology Meet proceedings with the auspicious lighting of the lamp. So may I please request Mr. O.P. Singh, Mr. Mike DeBose, Mr. Sam Malhotra, Mr. Bose, Mr. Manav Kumar, Mr. Narendra Jindal, and we've also got some industry veterans here, Mr. M.D. Joshi, Mr. Ratan Chakravarti, Mr. Avinash Chandra. Please, if you all could step forward and join us for the lighting of the lamp. Please. Oh, of course, Mr. Arun Karle. Without a doubt, that goes without saying. Thank you for pointing that out, O.P. Singh Saab. For those of you who are traveling from overseas, this is the tradition that we undertake to invoke the goddess of wisdom for her blessings, and we also bring our seniors here to continue guiding us. Thank you all. Thank you. May I now request our HSE committee member, Mr. Anwar Momin, to share a safety moment for this evening. Over to you, Anwar.
Good evening, everyone. Before we proceed for the safety moment, we'll quickly run you through the safety procedures in case something goes wrong. Yeah, so there is no drills planned by the hotel. So in case some alarm goes on, the hooter sound kicks in. You have to evacuate the building, the place from how you walked in. If you recollect the place how you walked in, it's the same place you walk out. However, for some reason, if that place is blocked, there is a secondary exit, which is just walk outside and straight, and then go left side, left turn, and follow further down. It will go to the back of the building, take a turn, walk around, and come back to the parking lot area, which would be a muster area. So I hope we don't have to face that kind of situation where we have to evacuate the building. The restroom is on the right-hand side, and the smoking zone, in case we are having a break in between, is also at the place where the muster area is. So let me walk you through the safety moment. This is just a 30-second video, as you can see, part A. Please watch carefully. Just blink of eye, it will go away. Back. To click on the... That's it. So it's a 30-second video. Before I move on, this is where we need to change the way we think about it. Every time a safety moment is shown, it is just shown like a video. We watch it, and then we move on. This is called a reflective learning. Reflective learning is not showing a video, but having a discussion on it, what you have seen. Because if you don't discuss, it will not register, and you will not learn from it. And that's the reason I think for your easy prompt, I have put those 3 questions out there. What you have seen, what went wrong, why, and how we can prevent this. So we have a very limited information with this incident. They must be lifting a huge load out there, which is a heavy lift. And you can see the rig up, and there are 9 people there with 1 guy with tagline. What do you think must have gone wrong? And I need interactions because I don't like silence from the other end, and I'm not a person who just like to talk on a one-way traffic. What went wrong? The hooks were not released. Can I have the microphone, please? They already lifted up from the truck bed. The load was already up in the air.
And actually, I have seen that that guiding rope was knotted in some orange color equipment that was not released. That is the main reason for, and also shows the communication gap between lifter and that person holding that sling.
Excellent, sir. Any more? Very precise. Something very cause of the incident.
Inadequate risk assessment.
Inadequate risk assessment cause it. Fantastic. But something more detailed.
Working under suspended load.
Working under a suspended load is the consequence. What is the reason of that load to fall?
Failure of the lifting gear.
Okay. Correct. So if you look at it, the questions comes to our mind, was that rigged properly? Is the rigging slinging done properly? The first question. And again, obviously very right. It goes to the planning. It goes how you have done your risk assessment for that job, what kind of slings, web slings were used, whether they inspected. And that's the reason, I don't know if you've seen, if noticed or not, there was a web sling used. Pata na web sling, canvas type jaisa hota hai, which is used under permit to work. Pure reason is to make sure the condition we don't know. How the condition was used last time, whether it's left unattended, must have a sharp edges, been picked up by that way. So we don't know. And the worst thing, somebody did mention, there were 8 people, including the rigging, the guy with the tagline. Adding that, there's a 9 guy near the load. Luckily, no one was under the load. We call line of fire. So if something in the different scenario, if they're very close watching how it is going up, we'll have a lot of fatalities out there. Yeah? Okay. So let's move on. Just to add something to this, that's part B. Sorry, there is no audio on that. He's making some jugaad for this shutter to hold. No physical injury. So now, this is where the conclusion comes in. Is, are we learning from the incident? Yeah, so we know that this pole is not going to hold there, and you make a system in place saying that the pole going to hold there, and he dropped it on his leg. Luckily, his toes are still intact, no blood, nothing. Okay, this guy takes it very casually, and exactly do the same thing again. So we are failing in learning the lessons, and this is where it's our need that we need to pick up some good lessons from all our incident which has been shared. I think one of the initiatives with Mr. P.V. Prasad, when we do joint safety meeting every month, we are initiated that so more commonly we can learn from our industry friends what incident happened within our team, within our rigs working in India, including overseas also, we can share some experience and we can pick up those incidents. Because keep in mind, there is no new incident, only the victim and location is changing. So incident still hurting people on the roti tong, it could be our rigs, anyone's rig, but exactly similar. Guys pinching his finger on other rigs while tripping pipe. So there is no new incident. We have to pick up the lessons, saying that how we can prevent that guy not to put his finger in the wrong place. He should be holding the handles where it is marked green, safe zone kind of thing. Yeah. So that's all I have to present. I hope we are taking this lesson back home. And thank you. I like to appreciate. One more thing, gentlemen. When something positive is being shared, please make sure that do not hesitate to appreciate that effort. So somebody outside while coffee break shared like, "Arey, last time jo bola tha bada acha laga tha. I have taken back home and shared with my family." So it's wonderful. If you know, you should not limit within our industry, but take back to your home. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Anwar. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but I think a video is worth a million. So this was very, very thought-provoking. Thank you. Our SCA chapter is also spearheading safety through our regular DORIC meetings. Thanks to the leadership of Mr. O.P. Singh, we have regular DORIC meetings, and I'm sure safety standards in the Indian industry will definitely go up with repeated meetings like we do have. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Mike DeBose, Senior Vice President of IADC for International Development, who's traveled all the way from Houston to deliver his welcome address. Just for those of you that might not have met Mike before, Mike DeBose started his career with Rowan Companies at an entry-level position of a roustabout in the Gulf of Mexico in 1978. And spent 35 years with Rowan in various facets of the company and moved up to management. He holds a Master of Science degree from the University of Aberdeen and currently serves as IADC's Vice President, International Development. Most importantly, he's a pillar of support to our chapter. Mike, over to you.
Good evening to all. Kabir, you're doing a great job. We really appreciate that. And Anwar, thank you so much for the thought-provoking safety videos there as well. So I do wish to welcome our IADC South Central Asia Chapter Chairman and ONGC Director of TNFS, Mr. O.P. Singh. Thank you, sir, for joining. Mr. Narendra Jindal, the IADC SCA Chapter Vice Chair, other distinguished IADC SCA officers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and I must recognize the presence of our dear friend and industry champion, Arun Carley. Thank you, sir, for visiting with us this evening. It is my pleasure to be with you tonight on the occasion of the 36th Technology Meet. I wish to touch on three important issues this evening. First and foremost is, of course, safety. As most of you will be aware, IADC, through our ISP, or Incident Statistics Program, tabulate the industry safety figures from voluntary submissions from drilling contractors both on and offshore on a global scale. The final numbers for 2022 are in now, and what we see is very troubling indeed. In 2022, the industry recorded around 330 million man-hours worked. The startling fact is that we also recorded 15 fatalities as an industry. For comparison's sake, in 2021, we as an industry worked around 290 million man-hours and suffered 7 fatalities. So the number of fatalities more than doubled in a single year. This is very troubling. On closer inspection, we find that land drilling operations make up a vast majority of these fatalities. On U.S. land, we find 6 fatalities, Middle East land, 5 fatalities. So we have 11 of the 15 fatalities from 2 land regions. Looking into the details of these, we find that the majority of the fatalities occurred during rig moves on land rigs. There's no doubt that moving a land rig is a very busy and hectic time. But as an industry, we need to acknowledge this and work toward instituting better cooperation and coordination at the work site. Depending on the land rig size, you could be talking about 60 to 200 trucks that must be loaded and then offloaded at the new site. This is an enormous task indeed, but IADC has put some guidelines together, and I will share those with the chapter, and we want to ensure that we're working together to take action on this matter. The second item tonight is a subject that is gaining increasing importance within our industry, and that is ESG, or Environmental Social Governance. IADC, through our IADC Sustainability Committee, has now published our first ESG reporting guidance document. Now, certain regions or sectors will have different governing ESG reporting requirements, but this document can help form the foundation for a drilling contractor's ESG reporting program. And again, I will be offering that to the chapter for distribution. Now I want to talk a little bit about our IADC student program. As many are aware, we have two very active student chapters here in the region that are supported by the SCA chapter. One program at MIT University and the other at PDEU. These programs continue to gain momentum, and we appreciate the ongoing support at the SCA chapter level. Our purpose is to offer conference and networking opportunities to young students to enable them to truly explore all that our industry has to offer. We need young inquiring minds to bring their time and talent to our industry. IADC sponsored 6 students from 3 separate universities to attend India Energy Week in Bangalore in February. It was a truly unique experience for them. To see and to hear in person from Prime Minister Modi was a great opportunity for them, and we are pleased to be able to sponsor them. We will continue to look for opportunities to expand the student chapter program locally, and we are focused on a new candidate school that has expressed an interest. Friends, global utilization of drilling units across the sectors, land and offshore, are nearing 100%. I know we're going to hear more details about that later this evening. We welcome this increased activity level and have to embrace this moment as we work to increase domestic energy production here in India. But we must continue to advocate for sensible, enabling regulation. Trying to position one's company or specific interest above the good of the industry and that of the nation is, in my opinion, short-sighted, and it does not lend itself to a free and open marketplace. So let us work in the spirit of cooperation as we represent a noble industry, and now as India rises to become the most populous nation on the planet, literally over 1 billion people are counting on us to deliver a reliable and secure energy resource that will enhance the country's movement to a more prosperous future. Again, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight, and I look forward to the coming days as we press ahead in our quest for the betterment of the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mike. You're always so articulate, and it's such a pleasure listening to you. Thank you. Next up, I would like to invite our IADC SCA Chapter Chairman, Mr. O.P. Singh, to deliver his keynote address. He needs no introduction, but I'd like to share with you that, in my opinion, it's his human touch that we truly feel privileged, as in his biggest asset is his human touch, and we truly feel privileged to have him lead our chapter. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Respected Shri S.M. Malhotra, sir, Evan Bose, sir, Pandey, sir, in absentia, Arun Karle ji, Mr. Mike Dubose, Joshi Sahab, Chandra Sahab, Ratan Chakravarti ji, and other veterans of ONGC, key executives from ONGC, distinguished ENP industry leaders and business partners, friends from IADC present here or have joined online. Dear ONGCians, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. It's our great privilege and pleasure to welcome the luminaries of drilling fraternity today evening. Malhotra sir, Bose sir, Chandra Sahab, Joshi Sahab, and many other seniors on behalf of IADC SCA chapter. Arun Karleji, I forget him. Sirs, we are truly honored by your gracious presence. You all have been a source of inspiration for all of us as you all led the ENP industry from the front. Your guidance, remarkable leadership has always motivated us to do better with each passing day. You all are our mentor, guide, and role model for us. Regarding IADC, IADC technology meets are being conducted regularly since inception of SCA chapter in 1998 under leadership of Malhotra Sahab, who was the founder of this chapter and first chairman. And at that time, I was working with Jaju Sahab, and I was the one who came here and hang all the banners and everything. So, since all veterans are here, to give you a synopsis of IADC activities. Till date, we have conducted 35 technical meets, 11 safety meets, and 5 Doric meets, apart from various other forum initiatives. IADC has been demonstrating its commitment towards upgrading industry practices, new technology implementation, promoting safety culture, and also awareness to enhance safety culture and operational efficiency across the industry. This forum is very helpful in promoting interaction amongst members, sharing knowledge and innovative ideas and new practices along with cutting-edge technologies. I would like to appreciate IADC Doric initiatives under chairmanship of Sri V.V. Prasad, CDS Salwater. To review incidents occurred and lesson learned has been certainly improved, and safety culture of Indian ENP industry and safety posture of our workforce has improved a lot. I also would like to compliment friends from the SCA chapter who work tirelessly and create value not only for the IADC but for the entire industry. I am feeling very proud to share with you that IADC SCA chapter, as mentioned by Mike DeBose also, is one of the most vibrant one under IADC global aegis. There was a brief setback during pandemic when such physical interactions took a backseat, but we still continue to interact online. In fact, this third physical meet after the pandemic is a reality now, and I am very happy to see such a great presence of industry captains here. In 35th Technology Meet held on 17 September last year had 3 stimulating presentations on casing while drilling, installation of well platforms using jack-up rigs, and salvage operation post-Tokte incident. Today we will having another three very interesting topics: reducing drilling emissions, state of rig market, and using AI in training and compliance in E&P industry. Friends, in present context, we see that with fading of COVID-19 impact, global oil demand is back to near pre-COVID-19 level. For our industry, oil and gas is our bread and butter. But at the same time, we have to honor our COP26 commitments for decarbonizing our process and reducing our carbon footprints on the planet. So, crux of the matter is, we need to ensure that sustainability and low carbon emissions remain core elements of our growth. And remember, this objective cannot be achieved without inducting latest technology and digital efforts. When we talk about sustainability and digitalization, I will share two very important aspects which emerged out of our internal brainstorming yesterday. And Mike has also talked in the same line. So number one is, now financial institutions are reluctant to provide funding and credit support for E&P projects without taking firm assurance on our sustainability commitments. If we default, we run the risk of losing not only our future credit line, but also our business and credibility. And second, it is also gathered from the industry interaction that E&P companies have been able to improve their efficiency and reduce their cost as much as 10% by adding digital initiatives as a way towards decarbonization. I am happy to note that we have a presentation on reducing drilling emissions lined up today. I wish to highlight that last year ONGC achieved a net reduction of 2.96% in our greenhouse gas emissions on account of renewable energy efforts. The renewable power generation capacity of ONGC stands at present at around 190 megawatt, with ambition plan to scale up to 5 gigawatt in short term and more than 10 gigawatt in long term vision. As usual, ONGC is leading the present SCAC 2023, which is being planned on the theme of energy conversation towards net zero. I request one and all to adopt these conservation efforts as a way of life and take all possible steps to curb wastage of energy and natural resources, improve energy efficiency through induction of new technology, and accelerate efforts to increase renewable energy generation capacity. On ONGC front, in drilling areas, ONGC is populating dual fuel gradient engines, where now we are using gas and diesel together, and it has reduced our fuel consumption by 50%. We are also going to take other initiatives like battery backup at our drill sites to further reduce fuel consumption and in turn achieve reduction in emissions. Friends, I would like to share the present country condition. Country is bleeding on import bill of hydrocarbons as our domestic consumption is picking up and there is a massive cartelization of oil exporting countries. Therefore, as captains of Indian E&P industry, it is our prime responsibility to increase our domestic production. We need to drill more, frack more workover jobs, and in turn, more and more production. ONGC is seriously looking for increasing their resource base to build enhanced operational capability. But for Indian E&P industry agility, good cooperation, coordination, and collaboration amongst E&P players will add value to the hard work putting by we ONGCians. Friends, I look forward to today's presentation and learning outcome from this technology meet. With these words, I wish all of you, your teams and families the best of health and happiness. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, OP Singh Saab. You always show us the way forward, and I'm sure we've got a lot of ideas as to what we can do in the coming years. Next, before we deep dive into the technical presentations for today, Pandeyji, welcome. Good to have you here. I would like to take you down memory lane. It was in 1998 that IADC SCA chapter was established, and the year currently is 2023. So it's our silver jubilee year. It's a momentous occasion for all of us as we celebrate 25 years of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. However, none of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the vision of our founding members, who I would like to acknowledge and applaud. Mr. SM, also known as Sam Malhotra, was the founding chairman. Mr. Naresh Kumar was the founding vice chairman, and it's good to have Manav, his son, here with us today. Mr. M.K. Soni was the founding secretary. Mr. Arun Karle was the founding treasurer. Mr. D.D. Jaju and Mr. K.L. Batra were founding members. It also gives me immense pleasure to note that two of the founding members are in our midst. And as we look back to these past 25 years, we can proudly say that we have come a long way. Our chapter has grown from strength to strength, and this would not have been possible without the astute leadership. I'm also delighted to share that we have two of our past chairmen in our midst, Mr. UN Bose and Mr. N.C. Pandey. This Silver Jubilee year, we celebrate not just our accomplishments, but also these IADC stalwarts who have been the backbone of our chapter. We truly are grateful that you continue to support our IADC SCA chapter and its activities with your valuable presence. Thank you. We would like to take this opportunity to honor and recognize the invaluable contribution of our founding members and past chapter chairmen who are here with us tonight. I'd like to begin with Mr. Sam Malhotra, who was the IADC chairman from 1998 to 2005. Just to give you a little bit of a background for the uninitiated, Mr. S.M. Malhotra, popularly known as Sam, grew up with ONGC, and he is still very, very active. He could arguably be one of the longest living legends in the oil and gas industry, not only in India, but across the globe. Basically, in every oil patch in India, Sam was omnipresent, leading from the front. He served on the ONGC board as Director Drilling from 1995 to 2000. His initiative to start the IADC SCA chapter as founder chairman brought about a momentous change in knowledge management for drilling professionals. After retirement, he continued his value addition in the private drilling contractor space as president of Jindal Drilling Industries and then Dynamic Drilling. He has retired from active work very, very recently in June 22. And we look forward to your continued presence at our IADC meetings to keep sharing the knowledge, sir. May I please request you to step forward, Malhotra ji, and I'll request Mr. O.P. Singh Saab and our chapter vice chairman, Mr. Narendra Jindal, to please present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Sam Malhotra. He deserves a thunderous applause. Let's give it to him. Thank you, Malhotra Sahab.
Mr. O.P. Singh, Mr. Mike DuBose, and other members of the IADC chapters, my colleagues, the industry, I am honored to be invited by Mr. O.P. Singh for this Silver Jubilee celebration. I was not knowing before coming that today is Silver Jubilee. And I will like to tell you how we started this IADC. This may not be known to any of you. When I was director, we had a tender, tender for Bangladesh from World Bank for 2 land rigs, in which it was written by World Bank that the bidder should be having IADC. At that time, we were not knowing what is IADC, because ONGC was, there is no, we are not connected with drilling contractor or other thing, and we wanted to bid. And then at that time, we had to take the membership of IADC Houston so that we can bid to the tender. I think both knows. And we paid at that time some money and took the membership, and we bid and we won the Bangladesh World Bank tender. Subsequently, Foresight dealer, their rigs were working. Then their representative, commercial manager, Mr. D'Souza was there, and then M.K. Soni. They came to me, why not to become why not to open IADC chapter here or IADC? So we were not knowing nothing at that time. Okay. Then they coordinated with me and with Lee Hunt of IADC, so that the chapter can be done, so that something can be done to have a IADC. Since we have taken the membership of IADC, so I was also anxious to have it, because this is required even for our international operations. Subsequently, we took the contract in Oman for a land rig. So from the E&P company, where we never knew we would be a drilling contractor, the drilling department also start thinking they are also drilling contractor because they worked as a drilling contractor internationally. So the four-side driller, they coordinated, they arranged the first opening in Centaur Hotel, the first meeting, first Dr. Leant came, and then the chapter was opened, and we had in 1998, this chapter started. And after that, then we had the committee, Mr. Arun Karle, Mr. M.K. Soni, Mr. Jaju, late Mr. Jaju, Mr. Khan, Mr. Hazarika. They were all the promoters from the ONGC plus Arun Karle and his office. They also came, and then Mr. Batra. So then a few people then we came together who became promoters, and then a society was made and which was registered to start with. So how this came, this is the story which may not be known to anybody, how we started. And then there we go now. After this, at that time, the rule was only the drilling contractor can be one full member, and all other will be associate member. Nobody else can be a full member other than the drilling contractor. Even the E&P companies like Reliance wanted to be member, to become member, but they were not given. They were only given the assistant member. So I think that was the rule of the IADC Houston. Once when we started, we were only 5-6 drilling contractor, and then we started every drilling contractor 3 quarterly. Only one contractor will sponsor the whole program, and that continued till I retired. There was no sponsorship from anybody. Only one contractor, turn by turn, was hosting this. Now I see such a big change. But when I retired, what was there? Nothing. Today, so many people are members now. So many. It is now remarkable that seeing so many sponsors, so many people taking initiatives, technology coming, all that. In fact, till I retired, we didn't have the top drive in any of our rig. Except in Bangladesh, we were supposed to give the top drive, which we hired, and gave the top drive to our land rig. All the technology has come after I retired. And you feel that every 3 years, 2-3 years, the technology has been changing so fast that I feel that if a man retires, if he is not in, for 2-3 years, if he is not in the market, he cannot come, he will lose all that. Because the technology is changed. But when I retired, the technology was different. Today, the technology is very, very different. And if I had not been in the industry, I was not knowing. That past experience of 40 years with the ONGC, only thing you know is the basics. But that technology has no, what we had learned today bearing on the new technology. And now you don't need teachers to teach you because everything is available on the net. Earlier you need the senior people to teach you, tell you what to do. You depend on them and their experience. But today is not, you are not dependent on anybody. Technology is so fast. You don't need senior people to teach you. You can learn. If you have got the will to learn, you can always learn without any support. Nowadays, such changes are there. So the things are very different. And I'm very happy to see that now the participation of so many industry people from the ONGC and other, and this has extended so many. It's a remarkable job. I'm happy to see how this is expanding the jobs I started. and is expanding exponentially every year. My best wishes and good luck to IADC chapter and to the whole industry. And this is the opportunity for them and opportunity for this SCA chapter to give the new technology to the industry, whatever may be. So my best wishes, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Malhotra ji. What's fascinating is that he's still absolutely abreast with what's going on. When you speak with him, he knows what the current technology is. Yes, technology has changed a lot, replaced a lot, but one thing we can take from Malhotra ji, which technology cannot replace, is dedication and hard work, which he is, he exemplifies. So thank you, Malhotra ji. Malhotra ji also spoke about how IADC has changed, and the next person that I'd like to bring to the stage is Mr. UN Bose. I'd like to share a little bit about Mr. UN Bose. In fact, it was during Malhotra ji, you said talked about sponsors. Today's event doesn't have any sponsors, and one of the big reasons is that we've got the IADC has got a very, very healthy bank balance. Which is thanks to during Mr. UN Bose Sab's and Joshi Sab's tenure and Mr. Karle, they've really worked really hard at ensuring that we're financially sound. That doesn't mean we don't need sponsorship moving forward. This is just one event that we decided to do it without sponsorship. So. I'd like to give you a little bit of a brief on Mr. UN Bose, who served as the IADC SCA chairman from 2005 to 2013. During his entire stint in ONGC and later, Mr. Bose has nurtured, inspired, and encouraged generations of oilmen in ONGC and beyond with his knowledge and impeccable leadership. I am sure in this room, I'm sure in this room, at this point of time, there will be at least 3 or 4 generations of drillers who were inducted and trained by Mr. Bose. Mr. Bose headed IDT at that time, but he was also a very, very tall leader as Director Technology and Field Services, as well as the IADC SCA chairman from 2005 to 2013. He's left an indelible mark in leadership across the footprints with his leadership. May I now request Mr. UN Bose to step forward. And once again, OP Singh Saab and Jindal Saab, can I request you to come forward to give Mr. Bose a token of our appreciation. Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Mr. O.P. Singh, Chapter Chairman, dear Mr. Mike DeVos, guest of honor, Mr. S.M. Malhotra, founder of IADC, all my senior colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be here to receive this felicitation by the SCA chapter. I would just like to mention my experiences. Mr. Malhotra has given the finer details how IADC was formed. Prior to 98, when I was posted in IDT, in fact, we had lot of correspondences with IADC Houston chapter and Mr. Arun Karle. I still remember he was the guiding force that time also. I remember every occasion, every moment when Arun Karle was trying to help to get this IADC accreditation. Dr. Lee Hunt was then chairman of the IADC main chapter or IADC Houston chapter. I had gone to Houston also that time, following with Dr. Lee Hunt. And in one of the meetings, the IADC, rather the main chapter delegates, they asked, what is the strength of ONGC? I still remember before granting this IADC accreditation. This must be during 96, 97, during that time. And our strength that time was we had indigenized directional drilling. By then, by 1983, 1984, we were operating more than 15 rigs with our Indian directional drilling team, which was a remarkable achievement in terms of saving of foreign exchange that time in India, because foreign exchange crunch was so much so that it was difficult at times to maintain the downhole motors which were used for directional drilling. So I still remember one of the other incident when motor repairing or replacement was such a big concern. We started early 80s spudding technology. Spudding technology was not much liked by the Western people because downhole motor was the more professional way of doing. But Bombay High being the clay formation on the top for up to 300 meters, the spudding costly way of carrying out in our particular setup of Bombay High. So the spudding technology became very popular. Thereafter, we joined the high-tech club during 1986 by drilling 2 horizontal wells. Still, I remember NR1H and NSH. NR1H by the drilling contractors rig Bonito 1 and NSH with our own rig Sagar Jyoti. That was a great achievement because the first time we completed the horizontal wells and ONGC from India joined the high-tech club. So these were the remarkable achievements which helped us obtain the IADC accreditation. And one very important reason, Malhotra Sahib has mentioned, of course, for bidding in Bangladesh and Oman, how the IADC accreditation was a must, but also for Well control certification, this IADC accreditation helped a lot, whether it is International Well Control Forum or IAWC or IAWC Well Cap. And that time we had installed the well control simulator in IDT, 1996, 95, 96. And with this accreditation, we were able to carry forward the training program as per the IADC curriculum, as well as issue the certificate from the IADC, from the IDT. So these were few landmarks achievement during that time. I think this may not be known to everyone from the industry here. So this was the right occasion to share. After this, of course, the topic of top drive came, and we have seen how top drive, everybody knows about top drive. I think today, as on date, no rigs operate without the top drive. So top drive has become a commonplace. But to drill without top drive, high angle wells, that too beyond 90 degree, was a greater challenge. And that has been done in most of our earlier horizontal wells which were drilled in L2 reservoir as well as in Panna reservoir. I remember all the wells, PA6, PA8, how the Panna reservoir started paying 3 to 4 times in terms of production. So, of course, when we talk about, I think chapter chairman has mentioned about the marginal behavior of our domestic production. That is so true that from 20% production, domestic production few years back, now coming to a stage of almost 10% domestic production, puts a lot of pressure on foreign exchange as well as lot of dependence on the import of oil and gas. And being a country with a very meager resource base, hardly 0.5% of the resource base in terms of petroleum product, we know that there will be only marginal domestic production. So in this scenario, I think, again, Mr. O.P. Singh has mentioned about the renewables. I think renewables should be given the topmost importance. In fact, when I was on ONGC board, I was trying to push forward the financials for renewables to be given. In terms of, the production, in terms of production, we should be able to produce the renewables in terms of million tons equivalent of hydrocarbon. That is what today also I strongly believe we have to do that. We have to keep our resources reserved for renewables. So tomorrow, when we are dealing with the exhaustible fuels, or we are in a place where the resource base is so limited, the renewables would be the talk of the energy production in time to come, be it wind or be it solar. And since we are endowed with a lot of solar energy, it would be definitely very much beneficial. So, talking about little away from the conventional drilling, I think we have to go for drilling of geothermals. We have to go for drilling of underground coal gasification. We have to go for drilling of gas hydrates. These are the areas where I think drilling has not been fine-tuned. So IADC has IADC SCA chapter, in my opinion, should give a serious thought on these areas. With this, not taking more time of today's technical meet, I would express my sincere gratitude and thanks to everyone from the industry for joining this event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bose. Next up, I would like to introduce Mr. N.C. Pandey. Again, needs no introduction, but he served as the IADC chairman from 2018 to 2020. Mr. Pandey joined ONGC in 1982 and worked his way up through the ranks to become Director TNFS on the 29th of October 2018. All I'd like to say here is that his affable personality and acute business acumen have made him a very sought after professional, even post-retirement. And he serves on the boards of Foresight Drilling and Deep Energy. May I now request Mr. Mike DeBose and Mr. V.V. Prasad, if you all can step forward to give Mr. N.C. Pandey a token of our love and appreciation.
Namaskar and good evening to all. Respected Mr. O.P. Singh, Chapter Chairman, South Central Asia, Mike DuBose, my seniors on the Mr. Malhotra, Mr. Bose, and other dignitaries, and the people from the drilling fraternity, scientists, one and all. Again, a warm welcome to all of you. In fact, I am very delighted to know that it is the 25th year of celebration of South Central Asia. In fact, I got this chaptership chairman on a platter started by Mr. Malhotra. We heard him. And really, I was really not aware of such a depth information about establishment and the reasons for establishment of SCA chapter in India, particularly. And then again, Mr. UN Bose gave all the technical upgradation details, what has happened in the past. And every one of us is responsible to bring the technology well supported by South Central Asia chapter. Really, the South Central Area chapter has done a remarkable job. And I have seen that Mike DuBose, during my tenure, has been coming regularly and attending all the functions here in Bombay. And whatever has been done by South Central Asia, it is appreciable. And the seniors, those who have contributed, they really deserve to be recognized. And I'm really very happy to see that today the SCA chapter has made it possible to invite all of us, for which I really thank to the SCA chapter chairman and other senior executives on the SCA chapter. Really, it was a great opportunity. And whatever during my tenure I could do, it was all done with the support of all of you, all the industry experts. And the technical chapters has been very encouraging, and we learned a lot as a whole. And today, again, I am not taking much of your time because the technology meet is in progress. And I'm very much thankful and delighted and thankful to the SCA chapter for giving me this opportunity this evening and giving me an honor and giving me a plant. Really, it's appreciable action by SCA chapter. Thank you very much and see you later on.
Thank you, Pandeyji. In fact, Mr. Pandey was really gracious. He was in Dubai and he brought forward his trip and returned to honor our invitation. So thank you very much, Pandey sahab. Next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Arun Karle Mr. Karle needs no introduction truly, but for many of you who think he's an ex-ONGCian, because I've been asked this multiple times, because he truly believed he was an ONGCian through and through. Mr. Karle actually started his career with Schlumberger and worked there for 22 years before starting Ascara in 1992. Despite having started Ascara in 1992, I think he's put in more hours and work for IADC than he has for Ascara. So his passion has always been IADC, and he's definitely a true champion of the IADC SCA chapter. May I please request Mr. Arun Karle? It gives me great pleasure. He's been a great mentor for me. May I please request you to come forward? And can I get Mr. Prasun Sinha and Mr. Mike Dubose to step forward again to give Mr. Karle a token of our appreciation?
Good evening. Dear Mr. O.P. Singh, Mike Dubose, Malhotra Saab, everybody. I certainly appreciate recognizing me and giving me this honor. And I know I used to be there all the time. And, you know, one of the things I'm going to do is not going to give any bhashan. These guys have told everything. You heard me. So thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Karle. Thank you all. I think let's give these evergreen champions of IADC a thunderous applause, all four of them. Next up, we will now proceed with the technical presentations that have been meticulously picked by our technical committee for our 36th technology meet. Because of paucity of time, I'm going to request each presenter to stick to 20 minutes of presentation time to deliver his or her presentation, which will be followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. I'm also going to request actually Manav to come forward. We've been giving out these tree certificates, so I'm going to request Manav to give you a little bit of a background on that tree certificate, and I believe it's a great initiative. Manav, would you like to step forward?
Good evening, everyone. So these certificates that we've been giving out to our veterans and founders, there's a story behind it, and I just wanted to share it with you. These tree certificates are made by a company called Grow Tree. And each certificate has a serial number on it, which is the serial number of the tree which has been planted on your behalf. So the certificate is actually a tree which has been planted in a rural area in India. And these, we've done it before in our previous events in other associations also. But what we're trying to do is to, decarbonization, create more trees, and make a greener earth. So this is IADC South Central Asia's chapter. I mean, as we've already, Mr. O.P. Singh said, and the theme today, the first presentation is also on this. But this is our unwavering commitment that we will decarbonize, will reduce our carbon footprint. And so all of the people who got these tree certificates, I think you are proud that a tree has been planted by you. And you can actually log in on the website of this company, and you can put that serial number and you can see the progress of that tree, where it is and all that. And also the paper on which it is printed, the certificate, it's made is recycled paper, and all the wood and everything that is used is recycled. So it's totally green. Since I'm on the stage, I just want to say one more thing. We've got about almost 200 people here. So thank you very much for taking time out on a Friday evening and joining us here. But we've actually noticed that after COVID, when we've restarted our events physically in the last 6 months to 1 year, some of our members have not renewed their membership, because of this 2-3 year disruption. So our request to all the people assembled here is that you may know other companies who are not members, our friends and associates who are in service companies, equipment manufacturers, land drilling contractors, workover contractors. So our request is that if all of you can encourage others who are not members to renew their memberships, or if they've never been a member, to become members for the first time, because we want to spread this culture of safety, awareness, and this ecosystem that we are trying to create in onshore and offshore both places. So we've got membership forms lying out at the reception with all the details of the membership costs and fees, and we have our excellent young boys and girls over here, the interns and students, who will be happy to answer any questions. And of course you can approach any of us, office bearers, Kabir, me. We'll be happy to tell you about the benefits of membership. So I'll close by saying that the companies in this room who may not be members, we'll appreciate if you can become members, renew your membership, and please spread the message to other companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manav. Yeah, you bring up a great point with regards to membership. And we'd also like to share with you, we've now instituted a new membership for individuals who'd like to be members. So please spread the word. We'd like to grow this, grow the membership base, because it definitely adds a lot of value to each one of you and the industry. I'd now like to invite Mr. Akhilesh Kumar Dara from SLB, as it's called now. The topic he will be presenting this evening is end-to-end approach to reduce drilling emissions and improve equipment reliability. Akhilesh is a digital drilling engineer responsible for the projects around digital drilling solutions from exploration, development, as a part of the digital operating solutions business. Akhilesh has completed a BTech in electronics and instrumentation from Acharya Nagarjuna University, India. He has 10 years of experience in initiating and delivering sustained results and demonstrated history of successful projects for various upstream E&P companies. Akhilesh has proven skills in drilling, engineering, digital oil field, RTOCs, and digital innovation transformation programs, while creating measurable value and business impact via Schlumberger's technology and solutions. May I now request Akhilesh to come forward and deliver his first technology presentation. Welcome, Akhilesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to each and everyone, all the dignitaries seated over here. I extend my warm welcome to all, each and everyone. Today, I'm honored to present in 36 Technology Meet on the carbon emissions control and having a sustainable planet. So I'm delighted to be part of this SCA chapter. Thank you for providing this opportunity. So I'll start my presentation. So where are the emissions today? So if you see the numbers like 57%, 20%, and 10%, so this is the, these are the emissions source was from the Malinsky in 2020. So 50% of the methane, 50% of the carbon emissions are emitted from methane by venting and fugitive. And 20% is from refineries, produced 20% of produced from refineries and power, and 5% emissions are being generated from flaring and crude transport each. And you see, like 10% emissions are generated from extraction and drilling, exploration and drilling. So this chunk is like, well drilling and extraction take off the 10% from the emissions, but even though the 10% is a big chunk on the exploration. Furthermore, we have to have some KPOs to address the footprint reduction strategies. If to look on the well construction project, it is necessary to understand the emission sources are the boundary conditions. We split the process in areas like rig site, local logistics, global logistics, and production good fabrication. I would like to provide the boundaries of emission in 3 phases. So the scope 1 is the direct emissions from operations. The scope 2 is purchased emissions. The scope 3 is third-party emissions. So this is the example from Middle East onshore emission distribution of well construction life cycle. Mostly, we focus on the rig site activities and their emissions, as they cover 1/3 of overall footprint. However, we have procedures to cover all other 3 areas which I've mentioned. Today, the energy companies actively commit to reduce, transparently report their current internal emissions, which is scope 1 and 2, as well as their products and external services emissions, which is scope 3. As many operators look for the opportunities to decrease emissions on 5 to 10% per year of reduction must be accurately counted. So if to consider on the well construction business, the conventional way to plan project emissions is to use some average value based on the statistics of previous periods. So however, if to start looking into the tiny details of operations and in the drilling as a process itself, some options of power savings may be revealed. This is a challenge as well. Construction process consists of tens 10 different activities from basis of design to rig release. In addition to the fact, many items of rig equipments are involved in the operations. Another challenge is to prove accurate emissions forecast for planned wells. Emission volumes should be associated with each activity and piece of rig equipment. So we achieve all the planning phase, improve equipment reliability and cost-effective solutions with two different approaches. One is drilling emissions management, and the second is having predictive rig maintenance. So the drilling emissions management workflows cover 3 levels. One is having a plan, the second is measure, and third is act. So we follow these 3 steps to achieve our to reduce the carbon emissions. So during the planning phase, for a well construction planning emissions, we have like transition technologies which can give you, based on the activity, how much carbon emission that can be added to the well. So in the planning phase, based on the activity, you can come to know, like if I'm adding an extra activity to that particular section, so this much of amount of carbon emission that can be taken place. So as you see here, the activity breakdowns are like at section levels. And you have the UI gives you by phase level, and as and when the progress happens at depth level, you have the UIs. You can observe that. In addition to the rig emission, the emissions from service units as like wireline, cementing may be molded as well as forms of material transportation from support to base. So how we can measure the carbon emissions? So usually, like the service provider or the rig contractors are very keen about how we can save the fuel, or like at different operations, how we can run the generators minimize the running utilization of generators. Here, we can measure using our transition technologies the performance of the generators and the consumption based on the operations as well. If tripping operation is there, so an extra generator is required to counterpart the electrical complications. So we can, using our transition technologies, we can provide the exact measure, like how, with having an extra generator, or what is the amount of carbon emission that can take place. So it's at planning level, you can have the clear insights where you can control the carbon emission. On the right side, you can see based on the pumps, TDS, drawworks, and surface equipment, what is the amount of carbon emissions in tons that are you can have a clear insights when you are planning a well. In addition, like if you are in drilling phase, if you play around with the drilling parameters, you can monitor the equipment, and you can have a clear insight of at what parameter, due to which parameter the highest amount of carbon emission is taking place. This is an example from Middle East, wherein we applied as an Schlumberger, back in 2020, we took as an initiative that we have to reduce the carbon emissions as a leader of industry, and we applied in our integrated well construction projects, and we started deeping dive back from 2021, how we can in-house, how we can reduce the carbon emissions. So there we can, from there we can come out with solutions where we can help the customers to reduce the carbon emission. So this is from Middle East, wherein we have applied our transition technologies and observed the equipment, at what rate the utilization of generators are being happening in different operations. In addition to the drilling processes optimization, one of the goals is to find fit for purpose transition and reduce impact technologies, deployment of which will be reduce the footprint due to well drilling, time minimization, production of goods life cycle, low emissions, and improvement of power generators, and consumption by drilling units. So the outcome of that IWC project, we successfully observed that rig emissions were lowered by 15% by applying the transition technologies and optimizing the processes in the well planning. And at rig level, we managed to replace lighting with solar panels and replacing of lighting with LED lightings, and having the condition-based maintenance of the equipment, which helped us to reduce rig emissions by 35%. On an act, we successfully managed to look into insights for closely 20 wells. Each well was drilled in 30 days. Closely, it's like 180 days of observation. We have reduced the carbon emission by 1,688 tons, which is 4.4% of carbon CO2 equivalent, which means it is the reduction of this is equivalent to greenhouse gases emissions from utilization of 364 vehicles, gasoline-powered vehicles, drive for 1 year. And in addition to that, the equivalent is 1.6 lakh of gallons of diesels consumed. So it's not only about the concentration of drilling emissions management. By controlling the fuel consumption or during planning phase, how we can operate the equipment. But it is also playing a major role in maintaining the equipment as well. So the second approach is we can predict the predictive. The second approach is we can predict the equipment maintenance. So to ensure that the performance of the equipment is up and running, so we can, by making some predictive alerts, we can achieve this. The key equipment is like top drive, mud pumps. If any one of the equipment is under maintenance, there is an extra fuel that is being consumed in the rig site. which is a major, which will create like major chunk of carbon emissions. So by keeping our rig equipment in proper condition, we can achieve this. How we can achieve this? Like, there are few sensors that can be placed in the rig site to monitor the rig equipment. If the power, the motor or the temperatures or the windings condition, by that we can achieve this. So it's a science-based model behind this where we can monitor the equipment and raise the alerts. How we can achieve this? The model under normal conditions, we will set the upper and lower alarms for the each and every equipment. In the diagram, you can see that if any particular equipment is going beyond the limits, the alert is raised and the necessary action is being taken on the particular equipment. So this brings to my end of the presentation. I just want to emphasize on not to make the carbon emissions as our key priority in our KPOs, but we have to act accordingly. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Akhilesh. If anyone has any questions for Akhilesh, can you please raise your hand and we can bring the mic to you. We have 5 minutes for a Q&A. Well, I guess there are no more questions, so thank you very much, Akhilesh. The next presentation that we have today is actually a virtual presentation. So we have Pamela Cordova from S&P Global, who is joining us virtually from London for her presentation on state of the rig market. Can we get Pamela online, please? So while Pamela joins us online, I'm going to give you a brief introduction. Hi, good evening, Pamela. Pamela Cordova is a principal research analyst for the Petrodata Rigs team with S&P Global Commodity Insights. She has extensive knowledge on the global rig market, and her expertise lies in both the Asia-Pacific and Middle East markets. She strives to provide customers with valuable market intelligence and contributes to the online platform Petrodata Rigs by S&P Global, as well as generates editorial content for the World Rig Forecast and online publications. Pamela holds a BA degree in geography with a minor in geoscience from the National University of Singapore. She joined the Petrodata Rigs team in Singapore in 2013. She moved to Aberdeen in 2016, and then to London in 2017, from where she will be presenting her presentation. Over to you, Pamela.
Thank you. I will share my screen and present my slides. I hope you can see my slides. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this prestigious event. I am sorry that I cannot be there with you in person, but I hope in the future I will be able to be there. So for those who don't know me, I am the principal research analyst for Petrodata Rigs with S&P Global Commodity Insights. If I have to describe my job, I always explain it as making friends and sharing information and intel in the drilling industry. So I will present the most recent offshore drilling market trends and the recent developments. So without further ado, I will start. To understand the trends in the offshore drilling industry, first we must understand the microenvironment and put it into context. So there are three main points that affect the drilling industry, and they are energy security, energy transition, and the current financial environment. So energy security, that has led to the national oil companies and IOCs to have ambitious production targets to meet the national energy demand, and that has been exposed even more by the war in Ukraine, and the need for energy availability and energy affordability for the populations. But at the same time, there is the need for energy transition. So to make our industry greener and reduce the emissions, there needs to be investment in cleaner technologies for the offshore drilling industry. But contrastingly, there is lobbying to further reduce the investment in oil and gas. And also, for the financial environment, operators are making record profits, and drilling contractors are focused on shareholder returns after a long downturn. And in the microenvironment, there are fears of a recession. So the visibility in the future is very optimistic, but at the same time, it's a vulnerable market and there's caution in the future. So with all this in mind, what are the current trends of our industry? Well, it's known that we are in an upcycle, in a market upcycle, and that can be seen by a tight jack-up and drillship market, reduced availability, and higher day rates. In the upcycle, in a cyclical market like ours, there are different emotions in the market. So this graph, I like to show it because it shows kind of the emotions where the drilling contractors are experiencing, and the moment, which is excitement and thrilling, or of how the industry feels at the present time. And this excitement and thrill comes from higher day rates and increase in rig values. And also there has been a 44 to 75% increase in the stock of the major drilling contractors in the past year. So just for you to keep in mind why there's so much excitement right now in the jackup and in the drillship rig market sectors. And how does the future look like? Well, this graph shows the projected upstream spending, and upstream oil and gas spending is projected to total $2.6 trillion from 2021 to 2025. And it will outpace transmission and renewables by billions of dollars. In the graph, you can see the energy mix of the whole energy spending. Upstream capex is higher than the rest of the sectors in the energy spending, and it will continue to outpace it until 2030. So now I will show you what have been the latest trends for jackups and floaters, and then explaining what has caused those trends and a little bit of the outlook. I hope I will have enough time to go through all my slides. It's really interesting. So starting with the jackup current trends and the current status of the jackup fleet, you can see by region where most of the jackups are working. So as expected, the main region for jacob utilization is the Middle East, followed by Asia Pacific and Latin America. And 66% of the jacobs are under contract at the present time, and 64% are drilling. That includes everything, including rigs that are under construction and cold stack rigs. So total utilization stands at 66%. And this graph shows the nature of our cyclical market, right? So this graph shows in the blue lines the contracted demand of jacobs over time, so from 2013 until now. And the black line is the oil price, and the red line is the marketed utilization of jacobs. So this graph clearly shows the long downturn between 2014 to 2018, and then how there was a peak after a sustained strong oil price in 2019, but then the COVID downturn, and now the upcycle. So we can see that right now there are 394 contracted jacobs globally. That is the highest it has been since 2015. And that has led to a marketed utilization of 90%. As long as marketed utilization is above 85%, that is considered a strong market, and there is increase, and then the excitement comes. So as long as oil price remains above $70 per barrel, we expect demand to keep increasing, or at least remain strong around 400 contracted jacobs. And this increase in demand has led to a decrease in rig availability. This graph shows the reduced availability of jacobs. So there's a total jacob fleet of 513 jacobs. That is the first bar in red. Of those, 59% are not marketed. 454 are the marketed fleet, and of those, 401 are currently contracted. So that means there's 49 rigs available, but 13 are known to be uncompetitive because of their location or the owners. So that means that there's a real availability of 36 jacobs globally. That includes all designs, all market categories. And with a projected sustained demand of around 400 to 405 jacobs, this means that in the going forward, there's only a surplus of 36 jacobs, or 7% of the total jacob fleet. But if we nail down into design or market category, then we can see that the availability is reduced even further. As an example, I've taken the designs that are in demand in India, which are the BMC to MLT designs. So of a fleet of 143 jacobs, 28 are available between now and Q1 2024. But of those, 7 have been stacked for more than 3 years, meaning that they can't compete in India. 21 of those are under contract at the operational, but they are coming off contract in the next year or so. But out of those 21, 15 are unlikely to be offered in India because of where they are now or where we know they are being offered. So there's actually 6 available. So this is just an example of how, when you look into different designs or market categories, the availability of rigs reduces even more. And this is decrease in demand and increase in marketed utilization, which we can see in the market line. That is the marketed utilization of jacobs, with the average day rates per market category. So the red line is the average day rates for jackups capable of drilling between 361 to 400 feet of water depth. The blue line, sorry, the purple line is rigs that are capable of drilling between 301 to 360 feet of water. So that's about the rigs of 350 feet water depth, and the standard specification, which is 300 feet water depth, which is the lower range. So as we can see, the average day rates for all the market sectors was between $50,000 to $70,000 per day from 2017 all the way to 2021. But then since marketed utilization just went up above 85% and now it stands at 90%, then day rates have exponentially gone up. Right now, 47% increase in day rates from a year ago. And the average day rates for anything above 350 feet of water is more than $100,000 per day. This can be seen in this graph for all the premium rigs. Day rates across the world have been over $100,000 per day since the beginning of the year. And right now, in average, of the fixtures have been between $120,000 to $150,000 per day, and this is expected to stay stabilized as long as the marketed utilization stays above 85%. And last but not least, something really important to keep in mind for the future in the jackup fleet is the age profile of the fleet. In the left side, you can see in the pie chart the age profile of the jackup fleet. So we can see that 45% is less than 10 years old, 29% is between 10 to 29 years old, and 26% is over 30 years old. This is really important because that 26% will have to be upgraded, renewed, or replaced in the next 5 to 10 years. So when you look at the right side, the amount of rigs contracted per age profile, we can see that that 26% translates to about 100 rigs that have to be renewed or reclassed or upgrade in the next 5 to 10 years. Now, when we look into the floater fleet, the main regions where the water floaters are utilized as expected is the Golden Triangle, so South America, US Gulf, and West Africa. Similarly to the jackups, 65% are right now under contract and 62% are drilling. The majority of the floater demand comes from ultra deep water drill ships. So that is drill ships capable of drilling above 10,000 feet of water. And we can see how demand of this sector has really increased since 2021. In average, in the past, it was about 40 ultra deep water rigs contracted, and now has increased to an average of 60. And marketed utilization stands at 90%. Unlike the ultra deep water drill ships, the semi-market has been much uneventful, and demand is not increasing. And demand, in fact, is just expected to remain flat, and utilization is lower than it was, than it is for the jackups or the drill ships. It stands at 80%. But because of this, supply has also decreased considerably from 160 back in 2017 to a current fleet of less than 100 semis. Availability for the water drill ships is as tight or even tighter than the jackup fleet. So as an illustration here shows where most of the demand for drill ships stands, which is 6 to 7 generation ultra deepwater drill ships. Of a fleet of 90 drill ships, 9 are not marketed, means that they are cold stacked. 70 are contracted, so the only 12 are available. But these 12 available include new builds that have not been delivered. So delivered available drill ships is actually translating to only 3. And of the rigs that are under construction, there are 17 drill ships left under construction, 12 drill ships and 5 semis. And most of the drill ships that are more than 10,000 feet, they are already being bought or on their or being contracted. So by the end of the year, we expect only a few harsh environments semis and the shallow draft drill ships to be left. Everything else in the 10,000 to 12,000 feet categories, they're expected to go to work and meet the increased demand of drill ships globally. This has led to also an increase of day rates, just like the jackups. Not right now. Average drill ship day rate stands between high 300s to $450,000 per day, and we soon expect to start to see $500,000 per day, especially in the Golden Triangle, led by U.S. Gulf of Mexico. Our forecast or outlook for marketed utilization of drill ships, it's a forecasted 100% utilization by early 2024, and that will lead to an average day rates of $400,000 to $500,000 per day if everything stays as it seems in the future. So what has caused this? Well, as any market, is the relationship between supply and demand. So this graph shows that historically, since 2015, what has happened between supply and demand of jackups, and then I will show you for drill ships. Yeah. So here for jackups, the red line shows the total supply, the gray line shows the marketed supply, and the blue bars show the contracted demand of jackups, which we saw earlier. What is important is that there has been a 9% decrease of total jackup supply since 2015 and 12% decrease in marketed supply. But since 2015, there has been an increase of demand of 27%. So the relationship between supply and demand has become really tight, leading to higher marketed utilization and therefore higher day rates. So as the downturn progressed, jackups left the fleet, and new build orders completely stopped since 2015. But as demand increases, then there are less jackups available. And it's very similar for the drill ship fleet. So the total supply decreased 18%, marketed supply decreased 15%, but demand has increased 17% since the bottom of the downturn. So as well, the relationship between supply and demand has balanced and become very tight. What led to this increase in demand? Well, as we mentioned at the start, is the need for energy security and how the national oil companies have increased their demand, and they have they are the ones that are leading the jackup and the drill ship demand. So if we add the total backlog of each operator globally, out of the 10 top operators, 8 are national oil companies led by Saudi Aramco, then CNOOC, and the offshore ONGC and Petrobras. So for the jackup market, Saudi Aramco and ADNOC Offshore are absorbing 23% of the global jackup fleet and 26% of the jackup fleet above 350 feet of water. And for the floaters, Petrobras is absorbing 13% of the floater fleet. That includes for already contracted rigs and what is being sourced at the moment. We can't really speak about the jackup market and the outlook without seeing the future in the next 2 years where most demand comes from, and we have to talk about the Middle East because that's where most of the demand for jackups comes. So I just want you to see where that demand comes from, and this is from UAE, which is the red area, Qatar, which is the black area, and Saudi Arabia, which is the orange area. So you can see Saudi Arabia is doubling their fleet from an average of 50 contracted rigs to 90 contracted rigs. ADNOC increased from an average of 20 contracted rigs to 35 contracted rigs, and Qatar from an average of 12 rigs to 25 rigs. And that has led to a deficit of jackups in the Middle East, already counting everything that is already absorbed into the region. Still, there's the deficit that will translate into more rigs being absorbed into the Middle East, affecting the global jackup fleet, jackup market. So this graph illustrates the mass movement of jackups from the world being absorbed into the Middle East Gulf to meet the demand of Saudi Aramco, Qatar, and ADNOC. And the different colors in the names means which operator they're going to work for, but it just, I think it illustrates very well of the volume of jackups that have been absorbed into one single region and that have affected the available demand for the rest of the world. Right now, officially, there are 53 rigs moving from early 2022 until the end of this year, but there are other 3 that we know about, so it will be a total of 55 jackups being absorbed into the Middle East region in a period of 2 years. So to be able to absorb this amount of rigs because of the long downturn, a lot of the jackups that have been awarded were actually idle for a long period of time. The idle average time of the rigs that have been contracted by Aramco was 2.5 to 4 years of idle time. And to be able to afford this, Aramco awarded 20 to 30 million in mobilization on top of the day rate to incentivize the reactivation of these rigs. Also, a percentage of them were new builds that were stranded in the shipyards for 2 to 4 years. And then a little bit more than a quarter was rigs that were operating in other places, and then Aramco contracted them. And that obviously has affected places like Mexico, India, and Southeast Asia. As the market becomes tight, one of the main trends on an upcycle is that the contracted duration, the average contract duration increases. So we can see in the bottom of the downturn between 2016 to 2018, the average contract duration for jackups was 400 days. Then that slowly increased to 600 days between 2019 and 2021, and now is above 700 days with attractive day rates as well. So contracts are getting longer at higher rates. So that's why it's so exciting for the drilling industry. Another trends are the amount of rigs that have been reactivated. So last year we saw a boom in jackup reactivations with a peak of 31 jackups being reactivated. This year, 5 started to be reactivated, and this trend is expected to stay. However, for jackup attrition or jackups being scrapped or leaving the drilling fleet, after 2 scrapping booms, one in 2018 and 2021, which are exactly at the end of downturns, it completely stopped. Now that the market is really tight, there hasn't been any reported rigs being scrapped or leaving the fleet this year, and last year there were only 5. The upcycle has also led to the appearance of new and major regional drilling contractors, namely IADC and ADNOC Drilling. So both of them have become the leading and the largest jackup contractors, led by IADC, who acquired 33 rigs in the past 18 months and increased their fleet from 15 jackups to 48. And ADNOC Drilling acquired 12 rigs officially. They're about to announce 2 more, so it will be 14 acquired jackups in the past 18 months. Then how about in India? I'm conscious of time, so I'm trying to be quick. This couple of slides I will show next are not from the Petrodata team. They are from the EMP group of S&P Global, but I wanted to show you more capabilities of S&P as beyond drilling rigs. So this shows who holds most of the acreages in India. So as expected, ONGC is the highest acreage holder with 55% of the total acreage, followed by Karen Oil and Gas, the official name Vedanta, and then Oil India, which another NOC, is the 3rd highest acreage holder and is the most active for the northeastern part of the country. Then the only IOC present in India is BP, holding 33% of Reliance operating blocks. So apart from that, in India, the majority of the EMP activities for local or national companies. Most of the valid acreage is for onshore rigs, and followed by the shallow water, and then the water, as we can see in the bottom right graph. At present, there are 3 rig block bid rounds, the special CBM, the OALP 9, and OLP 8. A lot of them were, all of them were launched last year, and they keep being extended to try to attract as much interest to invest in offshore oil and gas activities in India, and that will translate to increase the demand of rigs. But now what is important is to understand, now that we know the global trends and the tight jackup and drillship market, is how is that demand going to be met? And I think that's a very important challenge that India will have to solve in the next 3 to 5 years. I think these slides can be shared, but it just shows the exploration activities in India, and is led by ONGC, Karen Oil and Gas, and Oil India. But as we can see in the top right graph, the exploration activity hasn't returned to the levels that it was between 2013 to 2016. However, there is an expected increase in the next couple of years. If we see our jackup and floater
Pamela,
forecast,
Pamela, sorry to jump in, but your presentation is very interesting, but you've already crossed 25 minutes. So
okay, sorry about that. Sure. Okay, so we just finish just with my concluding remarks, which are that the global market fleet for jackups and drillships, as I said, is 90%, so it's a very tight and healthy market for the drilling industry. Day rates are highest that they have been in the past 7 years. Middle East is leading for jackups and South America for floaters. And there will be fleet renewal and upgrades necessary in the next 3 to 5 years to upgrade the aging fleet. And I think those are the main points I want to leave you with. And if there are any questions you may ask, and hopefully these slides can be shared with the audience so that if you have any questions, you can also contact me and give more information. But thank you for your attention and for inviting me again.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Your insights on the global drilling market actually kind of blows me away. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. We have time for a couple of questions. Would anyone like to ask Pamela a few questions before she signs off?
Pamela, good evening. Mike DeBose here. Thank you so much. Not necessarily a question, but just a comment. Very insightful presentation. Great to see you again. And it was very informative indeed. And we appreciate your efforts there to make such a thorough presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and I hope to see you soon.
Any other questions?
Hi, Pamela. Thanks again. Manav Kumar from Dynamic Drilling. Just wanted to check about midwater. How does the midwater market looks to you?
Yeah, thank you. As I shared in the slide for semis, the midwater sector is the least eventful. So it means the demand is not as high as it is for the deepwater and jackup market. A lot of the rigs are idle, and the main reason is because the contracting trend for the midwater sector is that the contracts are not long. They are on average between 2 months to 6 months, and that doesn't justify the rigs to stay hot stacked. So a huge proportion of the semis are hot stacked, and that makes it hard for them to return for drilling. So it is a market that has a total utilization of about 70%. Marketed utilization is still below 85%. So it's not as strong as the deepwater and jackup markets. This answers your question.
Thank you, Pamela. We have one more question from Mr. O.P. Singh.
Hello, hi. Hi, Pamela. Yeah, good. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Yeah. I have one simple question to you. You have shown 90% rig utilization. We are also moving very aggressively to acquire additional rigs for India, for our Western offshore. So what is the possibility of getting maybe around 10 additional rigs in India?
Yes, I've been keeping close track of that activity, and it will be challenging, but it's possible if you look beyond under construction rigs or cold stack rigs. I think the main strategy now would be buying from existing fleet or smaller drilling contractors that may be interested on being acquired or forming a joint venture.
Thank you, Pamela. We have time for one more question. Mr. Amit Desai.
Pamela, good evening. Just I want to know, what is the status of ultra-shallow water rigs? Means rigs for the around 3 to 7 meters water depth where it can work.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I get this question maybe once every 6 months from operators who need shallow draft rigs. It's a very niche market, as most of the rigs that entered the fleet in the past 15 years are much higher water depth and not capable of drilling shallow drafts. So most of the assets available are really old, so they're above 30 years old. So if you have to take a rig that has been stacked, the cost of reactivation and reclassification for such an old asset is really high. So it makes that market very capital intensive. So I can say that availability as well is very restricted for ultra shallow water rigs, and demand is mostly in West Africa, Southeast Asia, and then Middle East. If you want to talk in detail, you can contact me and then we can talk about the ultra shallow water projects in detail. Hope this helps.
Yeah. Hi, Pamela again. I'm OP. I have one more question to you. You know, rig market is really very tight, very heated up. So, what is the possibility of sharing of rig resources? Whether this is a prevailing practice in the industry or we can think of sharing our rig resources with other operators in India or maybe in the
You mean rig sharing?
Yeah, rig sharing. Rig sharing.
Yes, it's a practice that is for the deep water sector. It's been going on for a long time, especially among international oil operators. For the jackup sector, it hasn't been that common, but it is throughout the world. In Australia, for example, now there are rig clubs and operators who gather to make the contract longer and more attractive. So in India, I think, yeah, it's that is totally possible, especially if you can make a long-term higher than 3 to 5 year contracts, then you will attract more interest from the drill contractors.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Your presentation was very, very well received. I hope you're in a position to come to India and present this in person the next time. We've got a memento for you, so you have to come to India to collect it. So we're going to save that for you for when you come. But thank you very much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Before we begin our next presentation, which is the last presentation for the evening, may I request all the people that are at the bar, if you can please pick up your drinks and come back to your seats. It's only fair for the speaker to have an uninterrupted session. There's a lot of chatter at the back, which we'd like to curtail. Thank you. So for the last presentation of the evening, last but definitely not the least, I'm excited to invite Mr. Ankur Piparsania to present on a technology related to the biggest buzzword across industries, artificial intelligence. Ankur's topic for this evening is transforming training and compliance with AI for the oil and gas industry. A little bit about Ankur. A graduate of the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology at Kharagpur, Ankur has risen to the post of Vice President at a major oil and gas asset management company. Ankur has wide experience in asset management, project management, technical support and supply chain. Ankur, over to you. Can I please once again request all the people at the bar to please pick up your drinks and come take your seats. It's only fair to the presenter who's about to present. Thank you.
Good evening, respected guests, esteemed colleagues. I am Ankur Prasanna. Today, through this forum, let's engage together to understand how generative AI can be deployed in our industry to improve training and compliance and other things. This is a very interesting topic. I'm sure most of you have at least heard of ChatGPT or come across articles, news articles in various newspapers where this new revolution is happening. ChatGPT was launched around December, and since then it has really taken the world on a whirlwind. There's approximately $52 billion invested into AI startups last year, and this was before the advent of ChatGPT in common man's hand. This year we are expecting that to double or triple that amount in just AI. From a high-level estimation point of view, there is an idea that if this generative AI is deployed, or this technology is deployed over the next 10 years, we can have a GDP improvement of around 7%, which translates roughly to $15.7 trillion. So that's a huge potential. That is a huge possibility that has been presented to the world. And that is why we see so much interest in AI and transformative ChatGPT kind of technology. What is so exciting about it? Why does this make so much sense? Let's try to understand it a bit. So what and in what shape and form is it different from the previous discussions on AI that existed? So it can understand what we write. Right? That's a very big statement. It can understand what we write. You give it some kind of a content, be it your manuals, be it the forms or input data, be it your queries, the questions that you ask, or any kind of textual data. Whether it is a PDF, whether it is a a work or a report that has been filled by a chief mechanic on board a rig. So it can understand what we write. The second big thing about it is that it can write like we write. And that is also very important. So not only it has understood what we mean, it is able to then translate it into common knowledge, into common simple English, and repeat it back to the audience. It can do it in multiple languages. So you can ask it a question in Arabic and it will answer in Arabic. You can ask it a question in English, it will translate it from the content that was given to it and answer back in English. So it is able to do those kind of fantastic things. That is why everyone is so excited about AI. It is really a leap and forth in the coming age. I'm very excited about it. So let's imagine, how can we use this in our industry? So fair and good, some of us have tried ChatGPT, some of us have played around with it a bit, asked it to write an email, asked it to write an article, and it was coming up with some kind of information which was fantastic, which blew away our mind. But how do we use it in our industry? How do we use it in our company? We can use it to draft some articles or some posts, but it is not aware of our company information. It doesn't know what our company manual says. And if you have a standard procedure, or if you have a SOP or a manual, HSC manual, it doesn't understand any of that. It has not been privy to that information, and it will never be privy to that information, most likely because you're not going to give your HSC manual across to the bigger world to see and read on a public database. So how can this happen? So just imagine that if there was a generative AI subject matter expert, just like a fancy HSC supervisor who is very smart, who knows his topic, who knows their company policy, and he is available to all employees, everyone, maybe on a WhatsApp. So any roughneck, any roustabout, any supervisor, any rig manager can ask it a question in WhatsApp about company policy, and it comes back and replies to you almost like a human. It does its research, it is knowledgeable, as I said, it knows your manuals. It is able to answer you in whatever language you ask. So all of a sudden your rig has moved from India to Saudi, right? You have crew which is brand new, which is Arabic speaking. Now your supervisors are English speaking or some other language speaking. So how does information get translated to the new crew? What if they can ask in Arabic and get an answer in Arabic, even though we have not given it Arabic manual? We have given it English manual. I have trained the basic backend model using English HSC policies, and it is able to answer in any language. It is a conversational search and advice. So when it is answering like a human. And that is very important. So instead of being a manual type of text, which is a different kind of writing style, it is in plain English. It explains things. You can ask it question backwards and forward. It's almost like Plato used to say, you ask and you learn, and you question and you learn. So it can follow something similar as a pattern. What if this AI expert can coordinate your training? What if it passes on messages to your employees who are already now connected to the system and tells them various kind of training material? Tells them, did you know, FAQs, maybe gives them some quizzes from time to time. What if it also passes them bulletins and alerts? So from time to time, industry and company will come up with some bulletins. And typically, they will be sent to an RSTC. They will sit on a heliport office room where they will come and read them and sign it off. And that will take you 2-3 months to ensure that the bulletin has been passed on to all the employees. What if that can be done over WhatsApp? What if they can just send it out? AI can send it out. And last but not the least, what if as a company, as a senior management sitting in town, you can see what is going on. You can see that, yes, my bulletins have gone. People have acknowledged them. You can see what kind of questions are being asked, by what facility, by what team, by what crew. And you can accordingly take actions. So if you know that certain crew is struggling with permit to work, you can do a training session for them. Or if you see that, certain country or certain employees from certain country are not able to understand some policy, maybe you can translate it. Maybe you can make it easier for them to understand. Maybe you can improve on the concept. And imagine that all of this happens for all employees everywhere 24/7 in all languages. Now that is the power of AI. This cannot be done by humans. We cannot have an army of 20 HSC advisors who are so well versed in manuals, who can speak all the languages, who are 24/7 available to all employees at the same time. It's just not possible. But AI can do this. So let's look at each of these aspects a little bit more in detail. And we also have a demo. If people are interested, then we can show the demo and maybe ask some questions to it directly. But what is conversational search and advice? So today when we look for some information, when you're reading a manual, or if you have a PDF, you look for keywords. You will say permit to work, you will type it up, and you will get 50 results. Right? Permit to work is mentioned 50 times in the manual. Now you don't know which section has your answer, because your question is very specific. Maybe your question was, do permit to work expire? Do I need to renew them? Maybe that is the question, for a novice. Someone who's been in industry maybe already knows the answer. But now, out of the 50 search results, which one has the answer? So if I go one by one, I might be starting up with the first place permit to work was mentioned. Then I might go to the second section, I might go to the third section. It will take me a long time to read all that content and try to understand it, and then find the answer that I'm looking for. So this is very different with AI. AI understands your query. It doesn't look for keyword. It understands the context of your query and then looks for the paragraph which has an answer to that query. And it presents that to you in a very quick and simple manner. So there is contextual search results, which is already a lot better than what you do with keyword search, right? And then it adds a little bit more to that. Not only it is giving you those search results, but it is also able to answer it back to you in the language that you choose. It is also giving you manual citations. So by the way, not only giving an answer, but it says, hey, I found this. I feel this is the answer. And here is where I found it. So you can verify it. Now that is very important for our industry. You just don't want to trust that AI has told you it is okay to close a permit to work, or it is okay to renew it after 24 hours. You want to verify that, yes, what AI is telling me is correct. It is mostly going to say the right things. But nevertheless, that trust is built through that verification. As I said, because this is now available to all employees through WhatsApp or such a means or through another app, this also becomes a dedicated channel where company can send bulletins and alerts. where they can send and get user acknowledgement back. So from a HSC manager's point of view, sitting in town, he can immediately know that my bulletin is out. It has reached 90% of the people. 50% of them have acknowledged it. 20% have read that. Whatever is going on. That is an immediate compliance factor which doesn't exist today. It takes sometimes 3 months to know that a bulletin has actually percolated down to each and every position that exists on the rig. Coordinating training. Now, this is a very interesting aspect. So AI can not only coordinate the training, it can not only make it bite-sized and push out various kinds of did you knows and FAQs and quizzes and MCQs. It actually creates that content. So it is not anymore a responsibility. Maybe HSC advisor still needs to verify it that what content is going out, but AI can create the content. And what I mean by that is I ask it, hey, create 10 questions on permit to work. They should be MCQ style. It should be based on content that I have given, which is my manual. It should not be based on anything else. And AI will do that for you. It will create a presentation on energy isolation, which maybe HSC advisor still looks at, maybe still changes and tweaks a little bit, but it can do that. It can do the grunt work so that your HSC, RSTC, or HSC advisor can actually go and talk to people rather than making presentations, right? Rather than making content. So it is just making it faster and better. It is an aid, it's a tool, it's a way of making more free time for the supervisors to actually put boots on deck to actually go and talk to people. And last but not least, the compliance dashboard. So whatever is going on, because it is happening in the app, we have records of it. So we know what kind of questions people are asking. So today when people are referring to your HSC manual, you don't know what kind of questions people are asking, right? As a company, we don't know. We have no idea. Once in a while, something will be escalated up, and we'll understand that something is going right or something is going wrong. But here you get to see those trends. You get to see and understand that this rig is more concerned about working at height. This rig is more concerned about tools that are used. So as a company right now, we have built a proof of concept, and we are on our way to finding a problem solution fit. And in that league, we are talking to a lot of customers, trying to understand from them, what their requirements are, what their needs are, what can we do, what should the product have, not have. In fact, some of the great ideas like can it answer in different languages came from one of our customers. So one of our customers suggested that, hey, I have a rig that operates in Indonesia, and I have all this Bahasa-speaking crew, and my manuals are in English, and they have questions, and my supervisors are not always able to answer it to their happiness. Can your software or can AI help? Can it do something? So we, for sure, took it back. We tried it out, and for sure it can. It can actually answer in any kind of languages. So right now we're doing some product development, and we are on the path to do some pilots. And that's it. I think we can do a little bit of demo to maybe ask it some questions in real life and see what happens. Gyanendra? Yeah. So meanwhile, I think we comes up, there are other things that we're talking to people about, So this is just a use case where we're using an HSC manual and putting it across to AI and saying that, hey, what can you do for me with the HSC manual? But it can work with marketing. It can work with supply chain. It can do a fantastic job of auditing. It can actually create an entire audit plan based on your manuals. Take those questions, pass it on to those supervisors, collect their answers, question them back on those answers, and create a report and present it to upper management saying, hey, this is what I've done as a due diligence. Now you go and talk to them. This is where I think the problem is. This is where I think the issue is. This is where they're doing fantastic. So it can do those kind of things. So Gyanendra, if you can just explain this. Okay, so let me talk about it. Okay, so see, there's a question, who approves permit to work? Then it, I think, oh, you have to scroll down. Yeah, okay. So it came up with an answer, permit to work is approved by OIM through control of work process. It also comes up with some of these questions. So these are suggested questions. So these are like feedback loop, which allows people to ask them more things. It is showing you what the context is, where the manual is, where the reference is. And we asked it something in Arabic. It was something simpler. I think the question there was, what is permit to work, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, and go back. Just type in a new question there. I think your internet is down, is it? Okay. So AI can do a lot of things, but it cannot connect to internet. Okay, not yet. So you still need internet for AI to work. And meanwhile, it does it. Okay, so that was the question. What is a permit to work? Just double click, double, triple click. No, again, triple click it. So Arabic is written left to right, and that's why, sorry, right to left. And that's why the selection is a little bit difficult on computers. Jan is still learning the trick to it, but nevertheless. So it came up with an answer which is, this is an English translation of the answer. Even though I had not given it an Arabic manual, I fed it an old English manual, HSC manual. Gyanendra, you want to ask a question as well? So meanwhile, it gets an answer. Just as we said, there are few things. It is already given a search result here. So you know this is understanding your questions, context. These are the 2-3 sections where most likely you're going to find the answer. So even without it being smart enough to give me an English answer, this is already valuable, right? Because I don't do search like that today. I do search with keywords, which is age old. And we're lucky if we do search with keywords. Most of the time, we have a hard copy of manual, so you can't even do that. Okay, so here is an answer that came out of it, and it has given some follow-up questions, which further explains, what can be done, what cannot be done. Gyanendra, if you want to jump into the why tree. So one of the other very interesting discoveries that we had, and this was again talking to some of our customers. So one of our customers said, can it help me make a why tree? Can it do an investigation for me? Can it make an investigation report? And we were not sure. We said, it is a little bit too complex. Maybe it is not possible. But we were wrong. So when we went around and played with it and did some tweaking, what we can do is we can do a fantastic why tree. And so Gyanendra is going to ask it a question here, say that IP fell from scaffolding platform, right? That happens, right? So when he does why, it'll take a minute, and then it'll give you 5 whys of why it could have happened. So it gave some answers. Right, scaffolding was not properly secured, there was no guardrails, IP was not wearing fall protection equipment. So, okay, did I do a why on that? So I think most managers here would have done this incident investigation sometime in their life where they're sitting in the conference room on the rig, spending half a day trying to come up with the whys of why did this happen? Why did the crane boom fell? Why the maintenance was not done? Was it because of the company policy? Was it because of something else? So this is not going to decide for you, but it is going to give you these options in a very quick way, which prod you in the right direction to decide the why it happened. One of the other uses that one of our customers again mentioned to us when they saw this was that this is a fantastic tool also to learn. So junior crew can be given this tool of why tree and said, okay, someone on the rig floor got hurt with the tongs. Why? Why it could have happened. Play with it, play the scenarios, see what all could go wrong. And through that process, the AD might learn or might discover that, yeah, if I don't do this, IP will get hurt. If I don't do this, then IP can get hurt. Because all of these reasons can cause that person to fall. And that is a matter of fact. So that's it. That's our slides. I think that is where we are. we've been talking to a lot of people, and we're looking for feedback from customers to build this together with the community. As we said, we are very early stage. We have done a POC and we're doing some pilots already, but we're willing to give an ear to whoever has a suggestion, whoever has an idea, and take it forward together to figure out what will really work for the industry. Any questions? Thank you. You want a mic? You got another? Okay. Yeah, I can answer from here. That's fine.
Yeah, that was a really, really fascinating presentation, Ankur. So more power to you. The opportunities are endless. But I know Mr. Carle has been following AI for a long time, so yeah.
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Very, very good presentation. My name is Arun Carle. I've got a very simple question for you. You are sitting over here with these oil field people, okay? My simple question is, when you think you guys will able to answer the questions Mr. O.P. Singh asked after they gave that presentation, ye kya hone wala hai, wo kya hone wala hai, all that. When you think we will have that time where we can use that ChatGPT, and what all you need in order to get there, maybe you can use IADC for that.
Okay. So that is a fantastic question. And we're already there, sir. So we are already at a position where it can actually answer, if it is given enough data and enough context, it can answer, where the market will go. And I can give you a few examples. Bloomberg was very early on in bringing out this technology. So they study markets and they said, okay, can AI do something for me in the markets? Similarly, there are a few other companies which have been doing this. But I tried it in a simple way, and I'll give you an example of what will work. So I gave AI one of the financial reports of a company. They come out with financial reports every quarter. And I gave it that, and I said, okay, based on this financial report, it's long. It's got 20 pages. It's got all this financial data, how much of write-off was there, how much of profit was there. So I said, forget all of this. Just read through this and tell me, would this share price go up or down? And what are the reasons for it? How does this result affect this company's valuation over a period of time? So I gave it a few pointers on that. I said, okay, go ahead and do this for me. And it was able to do that in a similar fashion or a better fashion than an analyst would do. So it understands the context. Pretty much whatever humans can do, where we can read something and analyze it and then feed it back or answer it back, similarly AI can do that. It is a little bit lacking on solving the mathematical problems for time being. So if you gave it a lot of complex equations and said, hey, solve all these equations for me, no, it will not be able to do that today. But I'm very sure it will be able to do that tomorrow. So today, it is able to pretty much understand like we understand. In fact, better than us in certain aspects, because it has a lot more knowledge than we do. We cannot keep everything in our brain. We don't have everything connected to us. It has. Does that answer somewhat? So we're already there. If it has enough data, it will answer it. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Ankur. This is Rahul Mehrotra from Shelf Drilling.
Hi.
I have a simple question, first one, which is, should Anwar feel threatened or empowered with this? And part two of my question is, to take it from being threatened to empowered, what should be the engagement model that you run with somebody like us and maybe a company like yours? What kind of engagement at what levels and what departments is required to make it really empowering? Thank you.
Sure. It's a fantastic question. So Anwar doesn't need to be threatened by it at all. In fact, Anwar will become a Superman once he has this. So it is the power of the sun which will fire him up and make him fly. That's how I look at it, at least. So whoever will not adopt or not adapt to AI will be left behind. If we are able to adapt to it and adopt it in a very quick and easy fashion, then we can actually harness its power. So Anwar and his team, HSC team, can use this fantastic tool in making sure that their processes are available to their employees. Right? Their biggest intent is that we have written some fantastic manuals. We have poured hours and hours of years and years of experience into those manuals to write those processes. But what good are they if they are not understood by people? So through this tool, he can make it easily accessible to people. They still might choose not to understand it, not to ask it, not to read it, not to do the next thing. But at least from your side, you're making it available. That is one part. The second part is his RSTCs can then free themselves up. Instead of, making those presentations, which they do, I know they do, I have seen them do it, right? So instead of making those presentations, instead of writing those posts, instead of creating those content and worrying about the training, they can free themselves and actually participate in the jobs. Actually go out to the deck when the lift is happening and give it more time. I'm sure they already do that, but wherever they're getting curtailed because of the extra administrative work, they can free themselves up with that, at least. So that is the part one of the question. The part two of the question is, we're at a very engagement level. So we want to hear from you guys on what will work for you, what are your ideas on it, what is bare minimum needed in order to take it to the next step. But it is very interesting right now for people to engage. And as I said, most of our ideas are actually coming from the community. So we came up with the original idea saying that, yeah, AI can do something here. AI can understand content and it can give answers. But what is it that you need? So one customer said, give me different languages. One customer said, can it do, Y-tree for me? Somebody said, can it do it in WhatsApp? Because all my employees have WhatsApp, they don't have emails. And when I send them email, it is filled with junk. So all these ideas are from customers. I'm sure more will come. On marketing side, one of the customers came in and said, can it fill bids? So, can it do all the bid document for me? I give it MOM, I give it IADC equipment list, I give it the tender document, and I say, fill it up. Do a gap analysis and tell me which rigs can do gap analysis. And it can. So what it means for you, Rahul Boss, is that you can very quickly assess that for one contract, you can bid all your 20 rigs or not, and which one of them you can bid quickly, instead of dwelling on that for weeks, trying to figure out the gap analysis, trying to figure out which will work, which will not work. Does that answer it? Okay.
Super presentation. Thank you so very much, Ankur. And the interaction over drinks, I'm sure you'll get a lot more questions.
Oh, for sure. We are here. Please engage. And that is what we're looking for right now. As we said, we are in a problem solution fit. We have 80% of the product ready, but we are making changes in it every day. And it will be an iterative process. It will never be 100% from the day one. But this is something which will help all of our industries so much. And that's what I feel from bottom of my heart. And thanks for this opportunity. We are available. So I or Gyanendra, grab us and talk to us.
More power to you. So with that, that brings us to the end of the technical presentations. I hope you enjoyed the presentations as much as we enjoyed bringing them to you. As a token of appreciation, we would like to present our speakers with a memento from IADC to play our part in making the planet greener. We've got the trees and the green trees and the part certificate. So first off, can I ask Vivek Verma of Dynamic Drilling to please come forward to hand over the token of appreciation to Akhilesh Dara of SLB. Akhilesh, can I request you to come forward? Vivek ji, please. He's right behind you. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Akhilesh. Unfortunately, there isn't a representative from S&P Global, and Pamela's in London, so we'll give her a miss. Next, I'm going to request Shaleen Sharma, if you can come forward to hand over a token of appreciation to Ankur. Ankur, can I request you to come back? to collect a token of appreciation from IADC. Ankur, I need you up front. Shaleen, can you come forward, please? Please.
तिलक का मोड़ बहुत ही खूबसूरत राग है और उसके बाद और जो इसके आसपास खूबसूरत चीज़ें हैं उनसे मैं
Thank you, Shaleen. Thank you, Ankur. Next, may I request Jairaj of Foresight Drilling and Joel Shaji to please come forward. Mike, we'd like to give you a token of appreciation from IADC. If you can step forward, Joel and Jairaj, if you can present the token of appreciation to Mike. Can we give Mike a round of applause, please? Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jairaj. Thank you, Joel. Last but not the least, can I request Mr. Porcia and Manav, can you step forward? OP Singh Saab, we'd like to present you with a tree certificate as well. Big round of applause for Mr. OP Singh. Thank you, Singh Saab. Thank you, Porcia ji. Thank you, Manav. So, before we conclude, there's a lot of effort that has gone into this program, for which I'd like to invite our IADC SCA Chapter Vice Chairman, Mr. Narendra Jindal, to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Jindal, please. We love the level of detail OP Singh Saab.
Good evening, sir, and welcome to the 36th Technology Meet. Please bear with me for another 5 minutes. I will not take much time, and then bar will be full open again. So first of all, thank you, Kabir, because he has made my job very simple by introducing the stalwarts, industry leader, and already given some sort of vote of thanks. But he has also made my job difficult by saying that we have a lot of financial power in IADC South Central Asia chapter, and we do not want the sponsorship. So I would like to say one thing. Thanks to our founder member, stalwarts, and those who were running IADC earlier and now, that we have small kitty which can be utilized as and when required. But we do not, I repeat, we do not have deep pockets, and we definitely require your help, your guidance, and more importantly, sponsorship in the future. I cannot continue conducting this technological meet without your help and sponsorship. As we say, this is the 25th year of IADC South Central Asia chapter. We will be celebrating sometime in October, November, and that celebration will be much more than the evening celebration. That will be a week celebration. Thank you very much, OP Singh. So we will involve the university, we will involve the student chapter, we will involve the technology and other things. And I will urge, request all you are here, come forward, give your help, give your guidance, give the technological paper and whatever you want to say, and more importantly, provide us a sponsorship. So I was a bit disturbed when I listened to Mike, the boss, that in 1 year in our industry we had 15 fatality. So I have already requested Mike to give me the detail, and we will have a Doric which will be specially based on this fatality, who and where was hurt or had a fatality, what was the reason, what is the learning, and how those learning we can implement here in India to avoid any fatality here in our operation. Thank you, Mike, and I would seek your help in that. Then come to my main topic, vote of thanks. First of all, Mr. Sam Malhotra ji, who had the vision to start this chapter. He is the founder, chairman, and ex-director dealing ONGC. He has founded this chapter. He has told already how the idea came in his mind, that what we call is the backward integration. And he has planted the tree. He has watered it well, and we are taking it forward, whatever fruit we are eating today, because he planted that tree. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. UN Bose, he was, I think, if I remember, because I am engaged with this chapter since inception, the longest serving chairman of IADC South Central Asia chapter. He has guided us. Whatever tree was planted by Mr. Malhotra, he bring it back. And thank you, sir, being with us today, encouraging us, and sparing your time on Friday evening. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Pandey, who was our chairman, last chairman, and he has flown all the way from Dubai to be with us this evening, encouraging us, blessing us, and giving us bad wishes. Thank you very much, sir. Our current chairman, Mr. OP Singh, whatever I say today here on this dais will be less for him. He has been guiding us. He is the inspiration since last 3 years to make this chapter more active, more vibrant, and especially his personal interest, dedication towards safety. In this chapter, under his guidance and leadership, we have started Doric, and we are discussing all those safety cases not only happened in India, but all the world. And I am sure, confidently can tell you, the number of incidents onshore, offshore, after we started Doric and other safety measures, under his guidance, leadership and inspiration has reduced. Thank you, sir, and we look forward working with you again. Our founder member, if I say Mr. Arun Karle, who was with Mr. Malhotra to start this chapter, he has agreed to be with us this evening in spite of his little not so good health. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Mike Dubos, Senior Vice President, IADC, Houston. He has traveled all the way from Houston on my personal request to be here with us in this meet, not only in this meet, but guide us, coach us in various regulatory issues, which was very, very difficult to go through in this scenario, and he is helping us to meet different government officials and try to make them understand that some of the regulatory authorities can dent the industry. As you see in the presentation, 90% of the jackup rig is utilized in the world today, and if we have to care of the oil or energy need of India, we definitely require more rigs. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Mr. Manav Kumar Agarwal, I know since his father was the vice chairman of this chapter, and he is also the executive member of IADC Houston. He is here today. He has flown from Dubai, being with us and helping us. Thank you, Manav. Mr. V.B. Prasad, who is our mentor, and he has spent a lot of time, and he is spending a lot of time to not only make this chapter vibrant, but helping the industry to become more safe, more efficient. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Prasad. Special thank to Prasanjit Das, who has flown all the way from Oil India Duliajan to be with us today. And I will thank Oil India, who has been member since last so many years, contributed to our cause, but very little we are doing for Oil India. And I can assure you, Prasanjit, whenever you want, we will flew to Duliajan and do some presentation there or technology meet there. Thank you, our stalwarts who has been guiding us, Mr. M.D. Joshi, Mr. Vinyas Chandra ji. Special thank to Mr. Prasun Sinha ji, who is the CDS onshore, who is helping us. And I would say, Mr. Sinha, this is due to us, that we want to do some more Doric onshore. We will fly wherever you want, either it is Ahmedabad, Baroda, or east coast of or eastern part of India. Thank you, sir, being with us. Our ex-Vice Chairman, Rana, thank you very much being with us today. Thank you, the all presenter, Mr. Akhilesh Dara, Pamela Cordova, and Ankur Piparsania for their wonderful presentation. I am sure this industry will have more informed after this presentation. Thank you, students from MIT Pune, who is with us today and participating in this event. As you know, we have two student chapter, MIT Pune and PDPU Ahmedabad. We can participate during our Silver Jubilee celebration and can definitely do something more than them. Thank you, the industry's leader, ONGC dignitaries, my colleagues and friend who is present today in this evening. And again, we will be celebrating IADC South Central Asia chapter. We will let you know the date, probably in second half of October. We request you to come forward, participate, guide us, coach us, give us good presentation, and also the sponsorship. Thank you very much, sir. Over to Kabir.
Thank you, Jindal Saab. May I request, we'd like to get a group photograph for posterity. So, OP Singh Saab, Mike, all the stalwarts, can I request you to come on stage? We'd like a photograph with all the IADC board members, past and present. So, Rana, please come forward. Pat, wherever you are, please come forward. Integral part of IADC. And we don't need to say the bar is now open because it's been open for a while. So. Can I request all the IADC board members to come forward for a group photograph? Joshi Saab, Chandra Saab, Ratan ji, all integral part of IADC. Please come forward. Gurpreet ji, Vivek.